or boundaries. Inferring there's another person involved in this interaction.
concept in Jewish thought that they need to have Christopoulos and Tikkun. Christopoulos is personal effort and Tikkun is Christ. So it's a personal effort you put out to build a world of trust.
So you send everything in from the spreadsheet?
Yes. Answers these questions, then I can pay attention.
Hi. Otter, can I just tell you something that's very sweet?
Sure.
I was writing a love letter. I was writing a crush letter to my crush. And I wrote an entire page about you and the poem that you read every Yom Kippur.
Oh.
And then I printed it out and sent it to them. But I was just like, that's amazing that I'm writing a love letter and it was about you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I thank you for telling me that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a personal practice that I share with others. You never know how it's going to impact people. So.
Oh my God, it's like what I look forward to every year.
Awesome.
I really do.
Me
And I was
too.
reading it and I could hear you reading it.
Yeah.
They want to get started.
All right. Thanks.
So yeah. You want to impact
I hope the crush thing works out.
Good morning, Shana Tova. It's wonderful to see all of you here today, and it struck me that more important than just saying something about Rosh Hashanah, since when I look around, I realize that I don't know all of you, and that you all don't know each other, and that we're going to be a community praying together to start this year. And in order to start this year praying together as a community, we have to know each other a little bit. So I will tell you who I am, and then if you would, find some person or people you don't know and introduce yourself. Make sure no one goes unwelcomed or unintroduced. So I'm Linda Holtzman. I am a rabbi. I'm here because I have the real pleasure of being part of the Tikkun Olam Chavurah, which is just the best group of human beings. You'll meet several of them who are sitting around here. And why don't you introduce yourself, and then we'll let everybody introduce themselves.
I'm Elliot Putzetic. I'm part of the leadership of Fringes, the other Chavurah that's doing this. And back here, adjusting all of the sound system, is Karen Eskovitz, known to many of you as Otter, who is our musical genius for the day. So if you have questions about songs, just do what she or Sue do.
So please stand in body or spirit and find people you don't know or have not seen here before and introduce yourself. That's why we have Otter. Give them a minute.
You're at summer camp, it's raining. What do? Call the song leader.
Precisely. I wondered if Melissa was already finished. There's another 2-year-old who might be coming, I'm not sure, I hope so. So I think Sue is downstairs, so I'm not going to worry about her. Unless she comes up, in which case I will talk to her. I know. Okay, let's do it.
We've taken care of the ear distress, it just sleeping through the night and not doing the scraping and wandering around and rubbing her head. And so she's it can only be somewhat better, but the immediate distress has been relieved and she's a much happier dog.
So glad you did that.
And I ordered her some diapers with white colored prints all over them that are coming today. Because it can't possibly feel real to me that she cares, but Anita was right about the ear thing, so whatever. We're just getting brightly colored, very pretty. You're just like, you're the feminist, I'm pretty. So she's getting brightly colored prints to wear.
That's right, whatever.
I need more anyway, because I changed them so much during the day that I needed more, so.
Shall I do some singing now?
If you could find your seat, that would be a great idea.
Welcome to Sekeda Zimra on Rosh Hashanah. It's the birthday of the world. Even when the world is hard, we celebrate its birthday and we insist on seeing the beauty. Throughout the day, there will be many places for you to join your voices in prayer to the voices that come from up here. In your supplement, there are different pieces. They'll have little tags on them that say how we use them. If it ever says all, you all read the things that say all. At the beginning of the supplement, there's some nice pieces if you just need a moment to read. There's some lovely pieces to choose from. We'll start together on page 3, where you'll find a note about the nigun that we're doing is by Batya Levine, and there's a composer's note in there, which is interesting, so I gave it to you because I can't help myself. And when a prayer is marked fringes style, that means we all read it. Read any line you want. If 2 people or 3 people start reading the line at the same time, it's okay. You don't have to stop, just keep going, and we'll read through the piece like that. And so you'll find some of those and join your voices to ours. We're also being live streamed today on JVP. Everybody wave to JVP. If you really hate the idea of being on camera, if you keep your back to that, it will never show you because the camera's not going to move. But there are folks watching us who've watched us other years who are watching us all across the country and excited to be part of our community today. So we're very happy that they are here in some way. So we'll go back again to a little niguning and then start on page 3.
Elliot?
Tip the mic. Is that better? Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
You just have to just stay on it.
Really close. Okay, so all of that but louder now. Basically, whatever I said, and if you're not sure, ask someone by you.
So we're going to Elohai Neshamana.
Okay, so join us on page 3 for Elohai Neshama.
Is there a reading? Oh, no, go ahead. I just didn't want to keep doing the nigun.
This is will be new to many of you, so listen and then join along.
Elohai Nishama Shinata Tabi Elohai Nishama Shinata Tabi Elohai Nishama Shinata Tabi Elohai Nishama Shinata Tabi Tehorahi Elohai Shechama Shinata Tabi Elohai Shechama Shinata Tabi Tehorahi
It doesn't have to be the blue iris. It could be weeds in a vacant lot or a few small stones. Just pay attention. Then patch a few words together and don't try to make them elaborate. This isn't a contest, but the doorway into thanks, and a silence in which another voice may speak.
Our world is challenging, ever challenging, ever painful, ever difficult, and it hits us over and over and over again. So how do we keep working? How do we keep going? How do we keep creating lives that are lives of beauty and grace in the face of everything that we experience? For me, the most important thing that we can have is gratitude, is deep appreciation for the lives that we have, for our ability to be in the world, for the others who share that community, that world with us, and for all that is beautiful. If we look around, this world is stunning. Everything. It's stunning. And if we look at everyone in this room and everyone beyond, boy, I can tell you, you're stunningly beautiful. Deeply, deeply grateful for who we are, for the lives that we live. On page 4, radical gratitude spell.
You are a miracle walking. I greet you with wonder, for in a world which seeks to own your joy and your imagination, you have chosen to be free every day as a practice. I can never know the struggles you went through to get here, but I know you have swum upstream, and at times it has been lonely. I want you to know I honor the choices you made in solitude, and I honor the work you have done to belong. I honor your commitment to that which is larger than yourself, and your journey to love the particular container of life that is you. You are enough. Your work is enough. You are needed. Your work is sacred. You are here, and I am grateful.
Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit ruachai vikayam. Moda'ani lifanayit. Moda'ani
we go more deeply into gratitude. Page 5, the morning blessings. We'll read these blessings to ourselves, kind of like davening, where you do half out loud and sort of say the words, and we can do this in English so we really hear the words, but at any pace that feels right for you. And if there are words that you love, something that you're truly grateful for, stay with those words. Repeat them, hold them. And if there's something else you want to add into a blessing that you are so grateful for this morning that it's just bursting from you, say that one. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of all the worlds. From my eyes slumber, from my eyes. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who has given the rooster understanding to distinguish day from night. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who made all beings holy. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who has placed in me the desire to march out of my oppression. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who opens the mind. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who clothes the naked. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who releases the bound. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who lifts up the bend. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the worlds, who created an abundant world. All blessings flow from Yah, our God, life of the world, who gives strength to the weary.
In a world that seeks to disempower us and to make profit from our fears, our bodies themselves are under attack for being too tall or too short or too fat or too thin, or for facing disability, for facing aging, for facing different ways that our bodies are or that we want them to be or need them to be. We have an ancient blessing for this that will say all together in Hebrew and then in English on page 6. Quietly in the Hebrew, and then we'll read together in the English. And we acknowledge whatever our bodies are, they are ours. And the way that they work is the way that we move through the world. So together, quietly, and then loudly. Umafli la'asot. Let us bless the source of life, who shaped the human being with wisdom, making for us all the openings and vessels of the body. It is revealed and known before your throne of glory that if one of these passageways be opened when it should be closed, or blocked up when it should be free, one cannot stay alive or stand before you. Blessed are you, miraculous, the wondrous healer of all flesh. And we sing together on page 7, Shekinah Mishkani.
Shekinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekinah, la 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 la. Shekinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekinah, la 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 la. Shekinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekinah, Shekinah Mishkani, ya la 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 la. Shekinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekinah, Shekinah Mishkani, ya la 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 la. Shekinah Mishkani, Ani and I loved her fiercely. I found God in myself, and I loved her, and I loved her. I loved her fiercely. I found God in myself, and I loved her fiercely. I found God in myself. Yeah, la 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 la. I found God in myself, and I loved her fiercely. I found God in myself. Yeah, la 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 la. Shekhinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekhinah, lai 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 lai. Shekhinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekhinah, lai 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 lai. Shekhinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekhinah, Shekhinah Mishkani, lai la 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 la. Shekhinah Mishkani, Ani Mishkan Shekhinah, Shekhinah Mishkani, lai la 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 la.
I assume that, like me, many of you struggle to find your place between who you are and what you believe and some of our ancient liturgy. We're here, it's Rosh Hashanna, we are doing this thing together, which I call praying, even if it makes me a little uncomfortable to call it praying. And I want to be with my ancient liturgy, and I want to bring myself as well. So we're going to do a piece that lets a modern voice and ancient liturgy talk back and forth. So where it says all, please all respond. This is a poem by Stuart Kestenbaum. The only psalm I had memorized was the 23rd, and now I found myself searching for the order of the phrases.
I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me to water in places of repose.
Searching for the order of the phrases, knowing it ends with surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life.
Though I walk through a valley of deepest darkness, I fear no harm, for you are with me.
Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Only I remember seeing a new translation from the original Hebrew, and forever wasn't forever, but a long time, which is different from forever, although
Only goodness and steadfast love shall pursue me.
which is different from forever, although even a long time today would be good enough for me. Even a minute entering the house would be good enough for me.
I'll dwell in the house of the Lord.
Even a minute entering the house would be good enough for me. Even a hand on the door, or dropping today's newspaper on the stoop, or looking in the windows that are reflecting this morning's clouds in first light.
Achad shalti meit Adonai. Achad shalti otav akesh. Achad shalti meit Adonai. Achad shalti otav akesh. Shifti, shifti, beit Adonai. Shifti, shifti, kol yemei chayai. chazot in Olam Adonai, to gaze upon the beauty of Adonai. One thing I ask you, Adonai, to be with you all of my life. Let's all sing that together. One thing I ask you, Adonai, to be with you all of my life. One thing I ask you, Adonai, to be with you all of Keep my singing life. That. One thing I ask you, Adonai, to be with my life.
Walt Whitman. I know nothing else but miracles. Whether I walk the streets of Manhattan or dart my sight over the roofs of houses toward the sky, or wade with naked feet along the beach just in the edge of the water, or stand under trees in the woods, or talk by day with anyone I love, or sleep in bed at night with anyone I love, or sit at table at dinner with the rest, or look at strangers opposite me riding in the car, or watch honeybees busy around the hive of a summer forenoon, or animals feeding in the fields, or birds, or the wonderfulness of insects in the air, or the exquisite, delicate, thin curve of the new moon in spring. These with the rest, one and all, are to me miracles, the whole referring, yet each distinct and in its place. To me, every hour of the light and dark is a miracle. Every cubic inch of space is a miracle. Every square yard of surface of the earth is spread with miracles. Every foot of the interior swarms with miracles. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Let's do that again. Hallelujah, Bikosho. Hallelujah, Birkiyozo. Hallelujah, Bikurotav. Hallelujah, Merokubo. Kohan Shamate. Hallelujah. 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 Kohan Shamate. Hallelujah. 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 Take our shofar. Hallelujah. Never Bekinor. Hallelujah. Betofu Maho. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, B'tziltzalei Shama, Hallelujah, B'tziltzalei Trua, Hallelujah, B'tziltzalei Shama, Hallelujah, B'tziltzalei Trua, Kol Hanshama Te Hallelujah, 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 Kol Hanshama Te Hallelujah, 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 Ya da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Da 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 da, Ya da 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 da, Da 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 da, Ya da 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 da.
So since we all last welcomed everybody, there are more of you. So welcome to everyone who has arrived since you were all last welcomed, and re-welcome to everyone who has been here for Birchot HaShachar, Psukei Dezimra, with the opportunity to sing and read and celebrate along with Fringes, along with Elliot and with Otter. And when we all introduced ourselves before, didn't introduce Sue Hoffman, who will be one more year adding her magnificent voice and beautiful prayer leading to our service. So good to be able to welcome you to celebrate. Here we are. It's a new year. And we are all just so glad to be here and to be here together. Every year when we reach this part of the service, I explain the same thing. I explain that we are going to change the words from the king who sits on a high and exalted throne, HaMelech HaYoshev al Kisei Ram V'Nisa, and I explained that we're changing those words to Hashechina Marva et Kol Hayikum, the presence of God that permeates all of creation. The question is, what do we want to permeate our experience while we're here over these hours in prayer and welcoming the new year? And for most synagogues, it is really the image of HaMelech HaYoshev, the king, the sovereign, who sits on high. That, for me, feels like an important change. To move away from that sovereign, to move away from that king, from old assumptions of what power looks like, to new understandings of what power looks like. That power is shared when we realize that it's communal, and when we realize that it is rising up within all of us. This year, though, the theme means something somewhat more to me, because we are keeping in the background, and sometimes during this morning, the foreground, the theme, the overall theme of Judaism Beyond Zionism, building a Judaism beyond Zionism. Many of us grew up with an understanding that Judaism had Zionism at its heart, that being Jewish was about the Holocaust and was about Israel. And that was all that being Jewish was. That was the center. When I was a child in synagogue, there was no question. That was the center. It's time for us to look at Judaism differently and to look at what is at the heart of being Jewish differently. Without Zionism, without assuming that Zionism is at the heart of what it must mean to be Jewish, there are so many new and important directions we can go. Judaism beyond Zionism means that we are at the center. Jews everywhere are at the center. Right? That Jewish communities around the world in all of their glorious traditions and different ways of being Jewish and different means of expression and different languages and different everything. These are all the center. It's not a center with all of us on the outside. We're all centered. So that opens up so much for us. It opens up the opportunity of thinking about who we are without any pressure from some other center telling us who we are. It means being allowed to fully look at Israel and say, I don't like what's happening there, and not having that mean that we're self-hating Jews, just that we don't like what's happening there. It means looking more fully at racism within the Jewish community everywhere and working harder to end it. It means Judaism beyond any idea of chosenness can be real, where we can no longer claim automatically that the Jewish people have an inborn right to a country that has long been lived in by another. It means a lot. And it starts with changing the image of a king ruling over us to that of a spirit who permeates all of us, all of creation. Over this section of our service, there are a few sections that you'll see in the supplement, starting on page 10, where it says at the top of the page, Devar Torah, words of Torah. And these are words inspired by Judaism Beyond Zionism.
We remember the costs of being the other. Judaism Beyond Zionism means that we remember the costs of being the other, and so seek an end of turning any people into other. It means letting go of the comfort of the familiar and welcoming the new and dissonant. It means dismantling racism within Jewish communities. Judaism Beyond Zionism means we welcome intermarriage, mixed race, mixed culture families, and all acts of boundary crossing in the name of wide and strong communities. It means learning all the strands of Jewish histories, honoring all the languages and all the spiritual traditions as equally Jewish. Judaism Beyond Zionism means that we are that does not get to feel comfortable. Our path will rarely be clear. We will have false starts and stumbles. We have a great error to correct and much harm to mitigate. What we do now, we do for the future of all of our peoples.
Please turn to page 270 in our books. Hashafina Hamava and Kol Hayidlum, the presence of God that permeates all of creation.
Hashafina
Before we set the word of Torah, y'all have surprised us. There's more of you. Therefore, we are running out of supplements. If you can share a supplement with someone by you, so have a spare, if you'll raise your hand, Barbara will come fetch it and hand it to the new folks coming in. A word of Torah. All people are chosen. Judaism beyond Zionism means Jews, always, yes, but not Jews first. It means giving up ideas of Jewish chosenness, Jewish exceptionalism, Jewish supremacy, Jewish victimhood as absolution from blame. Judaism beyond Zionism means we will never sacrifice other people's lives for our own sense of safety. Judaism beyond Zionism births a dream of a world where no one is a stranger and reminds us we are obligated to do our part to bring that world closer to our own. Judaism beyond Zionism means we honor that our strength and our lifeblood are the communities we build and the stories that we carry from past to future. It means that our destiny is arguing over our stories, not over national values. Judaism beyond Zionism are chosen, and all land is holy.
Please stand for the bar of code. At the beginning of our service, I had everybody who was in the room introduce themselves to people who were near them. If we could do that one more time, very briefly, just turn around and see who's near you if you don't know them. thing about taking a break to introduce ourselves is that we never come back. It's just, now that we're a community, we know each other a bit. Right, we can't stop talking, but we also can give blessing. Baruch et Adonai Hamevorach. Baruch Adonai Hamevorach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Adonai Hamevorach Leolam Vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ruach ha'olam yotzer or uvorei choshech oseh shalom uvorei et hakol. Blessed are you, our God, who makes light and darkness, peace and all things. Or olam ve'otzar chayim orot me'ofel amar vayehi. Light of the world, amid light storehouse, light out of darkness, God spoke and all was born. Today is the birthday of the world. And of Maggie Trotsky. Happy birthday, world. Happy birthday, Maggie. Please be seated.
If you will turn to page 11, Barbara Gold will read for us How We Lived In.
How would you live then, Mariella? Closer? Sorry. Taller. Okay. How would you live then, Mariella? What if 100 rose-breasted grosbeaks flew in circles around your head? What if the mockingbird came into the house with you and became your advisor? What if the bees filled your walls with honey and all you needed to do was ask them and they would fill you the bowl? What if the brook slid downhill just past your bedroom window so you could listen to its slow prayers as you fell asleep? What if the stars began to shout their names or to run this way and that way above the clouds? What if you painted a picture of a tree and the leaves began to rustle and a bird cheerful sang from its painted branches? What if you suddenly saw that the silver of water was brighter than the silver of money? What if you finally saw that the sunflowers, turning toward the sun all day and every day, who knows how, but they do it, were more precious, more meaningful than gold?
The words of the prayer Ahava Rabbah assure us that God loves us with a great love. One of the wonderful parts of Jewish tradition is that we are given very concrete models of what that love is. We are brought out of Mitzrayim. We are shown compassion and mercy on behalf of the deeds of our ancestors. And we are repeatedly enjoined to welcome strangers, for we know in our hearts what it is to be strangers. In honor of the strength and beauty of those models, we have a new, second-year new song that's a model for us about how we do that welcoming of others. The song is drawn from Talmud. It's attributed to Hillel, and it reminds us that we need those we call others for ourselves to be whole. It's on page 11 in your supplement, and if you'll follow along.
Im tavo el beiti ani avo el betecha. Im tavo el beiti ani avo אל ביתך, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, אם תבוא אל ביתי, אני אבוא אל ביתך, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן, ואם אני כאן, הכל כאן, ואם איני כאן, מכאן.
We turn to the Shema. Take a moment and gather fringes if you have them. It's not always easy. I find that when I gather my fringes, I find the first 3 fringes always gather easily, and the 4th fringe, I'm usually sitting on it, it gets in the way, it doesn't quite manage it, and I think of this as gathering everything we need to gather to be whole, right? To really be at one with ourselves, and that's not easy. The first fringes we might be able to manage, but that 4th fringe, always a challenge. So we turn to the Shema on page 304. We gather our fringes. And there's a tradition that many have that we cover our eyes and look inside for a moment to feel what it means to be one.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Ve'ahav et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levacha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'odecha ve'hayu ha'dvarim ha'ele asher anochi mitzavecha hayom alevavecha v'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta bam v'shivtecha b'beitecha uvlechtecha b'derech uv'shavbecha uv'kumecha uv'shartam lehot al yadecha v'hayu letotafot b'einecha uchtavtam al mizuzot beitecha uvisharecha.
We take a few moments and stay with those words, or read the words in the book through page 312 when we end the Shema.
Adonai Elohim Emet.
The third word of Torah, page 12.
Judaism Beyond Zionism means we don't know what comes next. So we learn to dance between our fears and our convictions. It means we take a calculated leap and decide that the cost of what we lose if we stay locked behind walls and troops is so very much higher than the risk of reaching out. Judaism Beyond Zionism means we are 21st century Jews. We do not believe that our stories about our ancestors are our real estate contract. We do not believe in colonization and white supremacy that destroyed so much of our planet across the 19th and 20th centuries. Judaism Beyond Zionism means that, in spite of everything we see around us, we still believe Tikkun Olam is both path and possibility.
Page 318. Mi kamocha ba'elim Adonai, mi kamocha neder b'kodesh, nora tehilot sefelet. Shira chadasha shikhu geulim l'shimcha al sfat hayam, yachad kulam hodu v'himlichu v'amru, Adonai himloch Le'olam va'ed, Tur Yisrael, Kuma b'Ezrat Yisrael, Uvdeich Mecha Yehuda v'Yisrael, Go Aleinu Adonai Tzvaot Shelo, Kedosh Yisrael, Baruch Ata Adonai, Ga'al Yisrael. When we reach the Amidah, we go back in time to our ancestors, and we imagine what we learned from them that still holds us today. In the Amidah, we'll go back to Abraham and Isaac and Sarah and Rebecca and Rachel and all of those. But we have ancestors who are much more recent than that, who we sometimes call on when we need something in our lives. So take a moment and think of an ancestor. It could be a grandmother, a grandfather, a parent, a great aunt, a somebody. And hold in your hearts as we say the Amidah what you learned from them. And if there's something that you're comfortable sharing aloud, we'll take a moment after we give this a little thought to share. So I'll start because I got such a strong image that my Betsy and I, my partner and I, are about to become great aunts, which sounded very old, and it sounded even older than becoming a grandma. And I realized that when I was a child, I had a great aunt, my great grandmother's sister, who I called her Auntie. And Auntie was one who I may have mentioned before, because she comes to me a lot on the holidays. When she was in her early 20s, she and her friend, this was the early 20th century, right? She and her friend moved to San Francisco together, and her friend ran, I think, a hairdressing business, and my great-great-aunt did something. And she and her friend lived there their entire adult lives until her friend died. And then Auntie came home to live with my great-grandma. And at some point, many years ago, my father said to me, Lynn, do you think maybe they weren't just friends? I was like, yeah, Dad, it occurred to me. Finding a way, even in a world that is completely unaccepting and unforgiving of any kind of difference, finding a way to live a life. That's what I learned from. A few other people? If there's anyone who came to you? You'd have to stand up and talk loud. You can do that.
My mother's father taught me, he was this huge farmer, and he taught me immense generosity and kindness, but also to pound the table and argue fiercely. I visited with my Aunt Hazel at that moment, and she worked as a guard at Rikers Island. She was in her early 20s, so this must have been maybe the 1930s. And she saw great use there and decided to report it to the authorities. And she did that, and she went to the press, and then she went home and packed up her family, and they moved to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
What I learned from the story is that people just like me can take great risks.
Thank you. Thank you.
My mom was raised in a very insular Catholic community, later converted to Judaism. And she told me about meeting her first non-Catholic friends in college. And she told me that she realized that at the time she had finished college, that God didn't really care if you worship and just wanted you to be a good person.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. I was thinking of my dad's mother and grandmother who, I actually think that sometimes it's important to learn from people's mistakes. And I think she had a lot of abuse. And then I think with her family members, I think my lesson is about how you heal an ancestor's wound and not continue on in their patterns.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. We'll take these and all that we're all holding in our hearts with us as we move into the Amidah. We read the Amidah first quietly to ourselves. And in our book, it's on pages 324 and then to 332, and then it skips some pages and ends on page 382. Feel free to read any or all of that. There's also an alternative 7-breath Amidah on page 12 in our booklets that is there if you would rather read that. There also is everything that's in your hearts permeated by all of those who have taught us how to be. So feel free to stand in body or in spirit, find a comfortable place around the room, a window if you like, wherever calls to you, and take some time for the quiet Amidah. The repetition of the Amidah begins on page 324. Please rise in body or in spirit, whatever is comfortable for you. Please be in that place for the Amidah.
את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר, Adonai Tziva'ot Le'umatam Baruch Yomeru. Baruch Kivod Adonai Mimkomo. Baruch Kivod Adonai Mimkomo. Mimkomecha Malkeinu Tovia V'timloch Aleinu Ki Mechakim Anachnu Lach Matai Timloch B'Tzion B'Karav B'Yameinu Li'ol Tishkan Tikatal V'Tikatash V'Tov Yerushalayim Yircha Lidor V'Ador U'Netzach Nitzachim V'Yeneinu Tirena Malchutecha Katavara Amor B'Shirei Uzecha Imlo Adonai Leolam Elohayir Tziyah L'dor Vador Hallelujah L'dor Vador L'dor Vador L'dor Vador Nagid Kolecha Ulenetzach Nitzachim Ulenetzach Nitzachim Kedushatcha Natish V'shivchacha Eloheinu Mipinu lo yamush le'olam va'ed Ki el melech gadol v'kadosh atah. Please be seated. We continue at the conclusion of the Amidah on page 380, Sim Shalom.
Sim, sim, sim shalom, sim shalom tova u'bracha. Sim, sim, sim shalom tova u'bracha. B'olam chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha. Arkeinu avinu v'lanu v'echad lior panecha. Sim, sim, sim shalom, sim shalom tova u'bracha. Sim, sim, sim shalom tova u'bracha. Ki ve'or panecha v'tata lanu Adonai Eloheinu. Tova chaim v'yahavat chesed u'tzedakah u'bracha v'rachamim v'chaim v'shalom. Sim, sim, sim shalom, sim shalom tova u'bracha. Sim, sim, sim shalom tova u'bracha. V'tov beinecha v'tamecha Yisrael. L'chaim v'kve'et kohanim v'lelavot v'shalom.
Malkeinu is a strange prayer. Not that they're not all a little strange, just a little. It's a strange prayer for those of us who don't believe that we can ask a God for something, that God is listening to us and will, of course, give us what we asked for. Avinu Malkeinu, our parent, our sovereign, act compassionately and kindly to us, treat us with loving kindness and generosity, and save us. It's a strange prayer. For me, saying this prayer is a stark reminder of how uneven our expectations of the universe are. Some of us have lives where we assume that the universe will treat us kindly, will be compassionate towards us, will take care of us. And some of us have a radically different experience. The differences in our socioeconomic status, the differences in our race, the differences in our gender, the differences in our sexual orientation, they all dramatically shift what we expect to be able to ask of the universe and have it sent our way. So when we turn to Avinu Malkeinu, our fervent hope is that when we send desires into the universe, not that we will necessarily be given what we expect to be given, the usual fare, but that somehow in our world we will not be treated with the same inequities that we've become used to. And we know, as we ask, that asking God is not about asking an outside force that will give us fair treatment suddenly. It's about asking ourselves. It's about asking ourselves to step up and do the work to create a universe where everyone can get not what they expect, but much more of what they need, of much more of what we all need. Avinu Malkeinu is a prayer to ourselves. It's saying, come on, do the work. Create a place where we can finally all know that we will be treated by the universe, by the world, by the community with compassion, with generosity. This prayer is not to some outside force. It's a prayer saying, together we can do it. Together we can make a commitment to make the changes in the world, to create this, to create loving kindness, to create compassion. It's not saying it's easy, but it's putting the word out, and it's putting the word in our hearts so that we know that this year we will not give up. We will keep doing the work. We turn to page 13 in our supplements, and we stand. We take a moment as we open the ark of the offerings, and we imagine what we would like the world to give to us right now. And we call out, using, you can see our parent, our source, our pastor, our future, any of these you like, anything on the page that calls to you. And you can't hear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this not on?
Let me check the
What
battery.
happened? Uh-oh. I'll just talk loud for a moment if I can check. We call out anything that we would like to wish to happen for us and for the world. Take our time to take all of this in, and as we do, we make the commitment to doing the work that we need to do to make this happen.
ill and suffering.
Our beginning and our end. Teach us to accept what we must change.
Our past and our future. Teach us to bring full Tikkun Olam, full healing.
Our past and our future. Teach us how to get up after despair has weakened us.
Our wellspring and our breath. Teach us how to be free.
Teach us how to honor creation.
Our beginning and our end. Help us give our love without giving away ourselves.
Let us find compassion and mercy for ourselves.
Our wellspring and our breath. Teach us how to make peace through justice.
Our beginning and our end. Teach us to face disease through death.
Page 14. I'd like to introduce you to Susan Landau, who is on the steering committee of the Tikkun Olam Chavurah and who has a few words to share.
On behalf of the Tikkun Olam Chavurah, welcome. It really is so good to gather together here to celebrate Rosh Hashanah. This is our 7th year. I was here in 2012 when we first launched our high holiday services for the Tikkun Olam Chavurah. How many other people were also here? Awesome. And who's here at services for the very first time? Man, that's really cool. Great, thank you. For many of us, the Tikkun Olam Chavurah is both a spiritual home and a political community. Rabbi Linda Holtzman's unflappable commitment to social justice knits together the disparate threads of our community to bring us here and into relationship with each other. Thank you, Linda, and thank you, everybody, for showing up. We, the Tikkun Olam Chavurah, are Jews, families, friends, and allies who come together to repair the world. We pray, sing, demonstrate, march, mobilize, organize, petition, protest, and write letters to change the structures that create and maintain injustice here in Philadelphia and around the globe, including Israel-Palestine. Our theme, as mentioned, for the holidays today is Judaism Beyond Zionism. We will dream together of new ways to be in community, to move beyond nationalism and colonialism. Consistent with this theme, there are 4 large banners hanging on the walls of our prayer space. Please spend time with them. Envision how global solidarity among justice struggles can empower a movement for a better world. I created the banners for a book I co-edited, Why Palestine Matters, The Struggle to End Colonialism. There is a display copy of the book on the table outside the sanctuary. Ever striving to enrich our experience and our expression of a creative Jewish life, the Chavurah both includes and reaches beyond traditional prayer and liturgy. You won't want to miss any of this year's highlights. Tashlich will take place in front of the ICE office at 8th and Arch Streets on October 4th at 4 p.m. We'll join with our allies, immigrants, and other affected communities to confront the flagrant injustice inherent in the policies and practices of the U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement Agency. For our Avodah service, midday on Yom Kippur, we will host 2 dwarf Nigerian goats who will help concretize the ritual of leaving behind our sins and whatever else is necessary in order to enter the new year. Wow, a bunch of jaws dropped. Yes, real goats, no stuffed goats this year, real goats. And late afternoon on Yom Kippur, Rabbi Linda Holtzman and Pastor Amy Yoder McLaughlin will guide us through an interfaith martyrology service by centering on resistance in the Negev, Gaza, and the West Bank. The sustenance we depend upon in all our services flows from the incomparable spirit, intentionality, and dedication of our service leaders. Complementing Rabbi Linda Holtzman's steadfast grit and unwavering vision is Rabbi Rebecca Alpert. Rebecca is consistent and bold in her distinctive ability to educate, inspire, and challenge us. The resourceful leadership and poetic liturgy of Elliot Bat-Tzedek softly guides as it gently provokes and keeps us woke. And with robust spirit and open hearts, both Karen Eskovitz and Sue Hoffman help animate our voices in songs and blessings, igniting our passion and soothing our souls. As we enter this new year, stay connected with the Chavurah. Pray with us by attending Fringes, our feminist, non-Zionist sister Chavurah, led by Karen Eskovitz and Elliot Bat-Tzedek. Fringes holds monthly services with original seasonal liturgy and song. And follow us on Facebook. Show up when you can for Shabbat dinners, events, actions, and other social justice gatherings. If today is your first time worshiping with us, and even if it's not, please come to our community potluck, lovingly organized by Sue Ruda. It will be downstairs immediately following today's services. We'd love to meet you, to introduce ourselves. You don't have to have brought food in order to enjoy the food that is already there. May the new year offer opportunities for connection, kindness, healing, joy, peace, and if necessary, a revolution, to bring justice to the planet, all beings, and ourselves. Lashana Tova.
I'm Elliot from Fringes. I'm also here to welcome you for the 7th time. We thought maybe it was the 6th. We had to actually look at the calendar together, me and Linda. Oh my gosh, it actually is the 7th. Do we need a vacation? No, we actually really need to be here with you. One quick note about Yom Kippur and the goats. No goats will be harmed in the making of our service. Don't worry. The goats will be awesome.
And they will be here for the Avodah. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The Avodah service is the last part of the morning service. So the goats will arrive to bring us into the end of the morning service on Yom Kippur. And then if you'd like to meet the goats after the service, I understand they're friendly and we'll hang out a little bit.
If anybody has questions about the goats,
Yes.
find me.
Yes.
Is the goat person.
This is us, so these are trained therapy goats. Because there is no day in the world you need goat therapy quite like Yom Kippur. Fringes was founded 12 years ago in February. This means this coming February, we will be an adult. At the time that we were founded, we were pretty much the only such group in existence, a feminist, non-Zionist Chavurah. We were one of the only places where Jews who are deeply critical of Israel could gather for Jewish spiritual practice. We had a lot of protests. Philly was the center of opposing Zionism protests, but we also needed a spiritual life. 6 years later, when Tikkun Olam Chavurah was founded as a home for activism grounded in Judaism, it was a really easy decision to work together to create high holidays. The decision took about 2 minutes at Linda's house. The actual work was a lot harder. And we worried, because we're not a synagogue, we worried, who will come? Y'all came. saw the hands. You keep coming, and new folks come every year. For the last few years, we've been live streaming as well through Jewish Voice for Peace. JVP is coordinating a new network of Judaism Beyond Zionism, Chavurah, all across the country. I've gone to both of the Shabbaton this network that still needs a name has put on, where I'm considerably older than most people. And I've been really moved by the energy and the searching and the building that is happening in all of these communities. Not only these communities were gathering around a Judaism after Zionism, but they're also really aggressively taking on issues of racism and the exclusion of Mirachi and Sephardi Jews from Jewish life. It's an amazing group. Ask me, I'll tell you all about them. This year, through that JVP network, Jews who want to do the high holidays in a context that welcomes their questions and their criticisms have services to attend in 22 cities and 26 different services. Philly itself has 3. We're awesome. Folks who are not in or close to those 20 cities are participating from home in 6 different services that are being live streamed over the high holidays. That this is true makes me so proud to be a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, working for both justice for Palestinians and a vision of Judaism that is bigger than supremacy and colonialism. The words and song and Torah that we're praying together today and all throughout Yom Kippur are designed to bring that bigger Judaism to life. We've reached back into our most ancient parts of our religious civilization, and we've created brand new work, reaching for a vision of Jewish meaning that crosses boundaries, nations, cultures, and time itself. We are so grateful that you all are here on this journey with us, open to new questions and new ways of building community.
Thank you, Susan and Elliot. We turn to the Torah service, page 464. Ein kamocha v'Elohim Adonai v'yein k'ma'asecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim u'memshaltecha b'chol dor v'ador Adonai melech Adonai malach Adonai imloch li'olam Adonai Oz Le'amo Yitein Adonai Yivarech Et Amo V'Shalom Al HaRachamim Eitiva V'Rtzoka Et Zion Tivneh Chomo and we join in singing Pikuli on page 466.
This is call and response. It's a new melody. Ah, my bad. Kuli Sharet Tzedek Avovam Odeya. We'll do the other one soon. Kuli Sharet Tzedek Avovam Odeya.
Page 468.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh V'norah Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh V'norah I'll call and response.
It's on page 14 in the supplement.
Sue will be helping us singing your part. Pete Cooley, Share Tzedek, Avovam, Odeya, 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 open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, I will praise your name, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, Odeya, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, I will praise your name, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, Odeya, Pete Cooley, Share Tzedek, Avovam, Odeya, Pete Cooley, Share Tzedek, Avovam, Odeya, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, I will praise your name, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, Odeya. Now we're going to take it to the next level. This side with me, that side with Sue. Pete Cooley, open up, Share Tzedek, gates of justice, Avovam, I will enter, Odeya, praise your name, Pete Cooley, open up, Share Tzedek, gates of justice, Avovam, I will enter, Odeya, Pete Cooley, open up, Share Tzedek, gates of justice, Avovam, I will enter, Odeya, praise your name, Pete Cooley, open up, Share Tzedek, gates of justice, Avovam, I will enter, Odeya, all together, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, I will praise your name, open up, the gates of justice, I will enter, Odeya.
Please be seated. Oh, I wish the Torah reading were more fun. Yeah, you know, it should follow this. It should be the most uplifting. And
Open up.
Yeah.
The Sefer Torah.
we did. It is open. And there will be a miraculous birth. Isaac will be born to Sarah in her 90s. It will be extraordinary. And then there will be one of the most deeply painful stories that we read in Torah, where Sarah comes to Abraham and says, expel Hagar and Ishmael. And for many of us reading this, the anger that we feel when we read this story is great, because we know that the continuing pain and dislocation it's caused through the centuries has been huge. So we'll read this story, and I hope it can be for us a reminder that when Sarah sees Ishmael playing with Isaac, she takes huge leaps, right? She says,
he's got to be expelled, he can't inherit with Isaac, look what's happening. But when we read the text, what we see is happening is that Ishmael is playing with Isaac, his younger brother. And from there, there are these enormous assumptions. If you read the Midrashim, if you read the legends, the stories that the rabbis have written through the ages about that moment, the pain is even greater because they decide that play must mean something truly horrendous. That what Ishmael is doing has to be either violent or some other form of mistreatment of Isaac, because otherwise, why would Sarah have said that? Why would she say throw him out? He must be doing something truly horrible. This year, for me, it's a reminder that we need to stop our imagining and making of assumptions about others whom we don't know. That our actions, all of our actions, have power. And when we act based on some assumption because of how someone looks, or just anything that we have in ourselves, that it is likely that we will act in a way that can be wrong, that can be hurtful. All of our actions have power. And we need to pay attention to that power and to remember how deeply we can hurt others. These are our tasks. So today, we're connecting this story with the story today as we watch children on our own border separated from their parents, separated from their families, and treated with the kind of cruelty that this Torah story is giving echoes to. The first two aliyot that we read will be the Torah story. The third aliyah will be something contemporary, something about the echoes today in our world of this story. So we turn for our first aliyah, and it's a tradition on Rosh Hashanah that our first aliyah is for someone who is here celebrating something new in your life. It can be anything new in your life. It could be a new relationship, a new job, a new place that you're living, a new friend, a new experience that you really loved, a new anything at all about you that you would like to come up for an aliyah to be able to say blessing, to give blessing in honor of that newness, whatever it is. So, do come forward, everyone who would like to celebrate something new this year, La Aliyah Rishonah, for the first aliyah. Me'od be'enei Avraham al odot beno. And this seemed awful to Abraham because he was thinking of his son. Vayomer Elohim el Avraham al yira be'enecha al hana'ar v'al amatecha kol asher tomar elecha Sarah shema be'kola Ki b'Yitzchak yikarei lecha zara. And God said to Abraham, don't feel bad about this. Don't worry about your son, because you can listen to every word. You should listen to every word that Sarah says, because Isaac is going to be your seed and is going to be a great nation. V'gam et ben ha'amah legoy asimenu ki zarachahu. And also, the son of this maidservant I will make into a nation, because he is also your seed. Amen. Yisheberach Avotenu Abraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah Bilhah v'Zilpah. May the Holy One who blessed our ancestors bless all of you who have come forward this morning in the light of this new year starting and all of the promise that it holds. May you all be blessed in celebrating everything good and new that has come to you. If there's anything you'd like to share that's been good, that you're celebrating, please let us know. Something good? Oh, where are you? Wow, and is it wonderful? Yay. Yeah. There are lots of people here who went to Barnard. They'll all want to talk to you now. Yes. Yes. All right.
Birth of my second grandson.
And what is his name?
Zaid.
Zaid. And I've seen pictures. Beautiful and worth celebrating. Thank you. Anyone else want to share anything? Yeah.
I'm celebrating a new year, not only for all of us, but for myself. Yesterday was my birthday, and I turned 72.
Yo, Lynette Sabea, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Wonderful.
I'm celebrating my 71st birthday. Last week, I went to Peru and I'll be an occupation for young people.
Whoa! That sounds extraordinary. Wonderful. So we're excited.
I'm close friends.
Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. Anyone you don't have to share, because anyone who wants to. These are great days.
Our third grandchild,
Anna.
Whoa. Born on January 1st.
Oh, my.
Our older son is now American.
Oh, so great.
So delighted to be an emerging artist and illustrator, and we hope that it'll come out in May.
Oh, we will celebrate.
For youth, I'll be the super trans.
I think we would definitely want to celebrate it with fabulous. Fabulous. Okay. Mazel tov. Somewhere exciting? This is good. This is good. As we all celebrate so much that is new and wonderful and life-giving and sustaining and promising and hopeful, we all send our energies of blessing to all of you for this moment and throughout the year. May it be a good and happy and healthy year for all of you. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Mazel tov. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. The second aliyah is for everyone who wants to support the creation of Judaism Beyond Zionism and all that it can mean. The willingness to look fully with open eyes that all that Zionism has brought about, a Judaism beyond chosenness, building the wide array of Jewish cultures that are in our world, freeing us to work more fully and deeply on issues of race and power in our land and throughout the world. Whatever you imagine it to possibly be, if you want to join in this work, come on up. And I can't promise that you won't be invited to be part of a committee over the course of the ben ha'amal l'goy asimenu ki zarachahu. Vayishkem Avraham baboker vayikach lechem v'chemet mayim vayitein el Hagar sam al shichma v'yet hayaled vayishalecheha. And Abraham got up early in the morning, and he filled the skin with water, and he gave that and bread to Hagar, and she placed it on her shoulder, and also the child, and sent them off. Vatelech bateta bamidbar be'er shava, and they wandered about the wilderness of Beersheba. This too is unjust. If you'd like to stand for the second shofar sounds. I forgot to ask for the first. We'll take it aback. Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah. Please be seated. ויפלו המים מן החמד, ותשלך את הילד תחת אחד הסיפים. And the water ran out from the skin, and she took the child, and she placed him under a bush. ותלך ותשב לה מנגד הרחק כמתחה וקשת, כי אמרה אל אראה במות הילד, ותשב מנגד. And she walked a distance, and she sat, saying, I don't want to see the death of this child. Vatisa et kola vatev. And she raised her voice, and she cried. Vayishma Elohim et kol hana'ar, vayikra malach Elohim el Hagar min hashamayim. And God heard the voice of the boy, of the lad, and called, and an angel, messenger of God, called out to Hagar from the heavens. Vayomer la malach Hagar, al tiri, ki shama Elohim el kol hana'ar ba'asher husham. And he said to Hagar, don't worry. God has heard the voice of the child, and God will listen to the voice of the child where he sits. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu haolam, asher Shebeirach Avotenu Abraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel Leah Bilhah v'Zilpah. May the Holy One who blessed our ancestors bless all of you who've come forward today to honor Rosh Hashanah and to honor the dream of building a Judaism beyond Zionism. May you work toward a new vision for the Jewish community, one that celebrates all people and all countries and all cultures as valid and beautiful. May you have the courage to do work that is not easy in this world, work that many will see as wrong, but work that you will persist in doing. May you hold on to your vision and your determination to build the world you want to see. May this community give you the strength to do the work you know needs to be done in this world. And let us say, Amen. So, this is unplanned, but I'm going to say it anyway. It is actually miraculous that we're standing up in the Jewish community and saying this when, like in my life, that has never been something that could happen in community on Rosh Hashanah in the middle of a Torah reading in just this way. And, wow. Amen. May we continue to do this work. Amen, amen. Yashikar. Yashikar. So the third aliyah is in the spirit of the Torah reading, but not of the Torah reading. And the aliyah is for the strength to act to heal the world. Thinking of how different the story in this morning's Torah would be if someone had stood up, Abraham, Sarah, anyone in that family, and just said, this is not what we want. We realize this is not okay. If anyone had stood up and said no, if when it had worried Abraham had said to Sarah, I'm not even asking God about this. This is just unacceptable. How different that story would be, how different our world would be. So this aliyah is for the courage to see the brokenness in the world and to make a commitment to get the support you need to confront the systems of power in our world that thrive on the brokenness, to see those systems and to stand up. If it's the same people who stood up for the last aliyah, that's okay. You can come up and do it again. There's a lot of work to do. We need a lot of blessing. Come up for the third aliyah. Baruch Adonai HaMorav Le'olam Va'ed. Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Ruach HaOlam Asher Hermanu La'avodato V'natan Lanu Et Torato Rucha Hayah Notenet HaTorah. Today's reading is from the New York Times from the end of July. Since the Border Patrol opened its station in Clint, Texas in 2013, it was a fixture in this West Texas farm town. Separated from the surrounding cotton fields and cattle pastures by a razor wire fence, the station stood on the town's main road near a feed store, near the Good News Apostolic Church and the La Indita Tortilleria. Most people around Clint had little idea of what went on inside. Agents came and went in pickup trucks. Buses pulled into the gates with the occasional load of children apprehended at the border, 4 miles south. But inside the secretive site that is now on the front lines of the Southwest border crisis, the men and women who work there were grappling with the stuff of nightmares. Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah. Outbreaks of scabies, shingles, and chickenpox were spreading among the hundreds of children who were being held in cramped cells, agents said. The stench of the children's dirty clothing was so strong it spread to the agents' own clothing. People in town would scrunch their noses when they left work. The children cried constantly. One girl seemed likely enough to try to kill herself that the agents made her sleep on a cot in front of them so they could watch her as they were processing new arrivals. It gets to a point where you start to become a robot, said a veteran Border Patrol agent who has worked at the Clint station since it was built. He described following orders to take beds away from children to make more space in holding cells, part of a daily routine that he said had become heartbreaking. Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah. The little-known Border Patrol facility at Clint has suddenly become the public face of the chaos on America's southern border after immigration lawyers began reporting on the children they saw, some of them as young as 5 months old, and the filthy, overcrowded conditions in which they were being held. Border Patrol leaders, including Aaron Hall, the outspoken chief patrol agent of the El Paso sector, have disputed descriptions of degrading conditions inside Clint and other migrant detention sites around El Paso, claiming that their facilities were rigorously and humanely managed, even after a spate of deaths of migrant children in federal custody. But a review of the operations of the Clint station near El Paso's eastern edge shows that the agency's leadership knew for months that some children had no beds to sleep on, no way to clean themselves, and sometimes went hungry. Its own agents had raised the alarm and found themselves having to accommodate even more new arrivals. Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah Gedolah. Mishaberach Avotenu Abraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel Leah Bilhah v'Zilpah. May the Holy One who blessed our ancestors bless all of you who've come forward today, recognizing the deep brokenness in our world and making a commitment to continue to speak out against injustice wherever you see it. working, working, working to build a world based on greater justice and compassion. May you always know that your voice, that your actions always make a difference. And may you never be afraid to lend your energy to make at least one corner of the world a little safer, a little kinder, a little more life-giving. May you keep your eyes and hearts open to all that is broken, but in its face may you find the strength to act in the face of a system, a power that does everything to try to silence you, to try to stop real honesty. May the world be changed by your actions, and may you always know how deeply you matter. Let us say, Amen. Thank you. We now lift and tie the Torah. Will the Hag Ya'amdu, Hagba and Klila, the lifter and tire. Thank you. Are you lifted? That's a shame. Please stand as the Torah is lifted. All right. Vizot Torah asher Samoshe. David Israel al pi Adonai biyad Moshe. Israel v'orait zavet Torah, ora, Torah, ora, hallelujah. Israel v'orait zavakudesha brichuchanu. Israel v'orait zavakudesha brichuchanu. Torah, ora, Torah, ora, hallelujah. Torah, it's gotta be somewhere in there. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Torah, Torah, hallelujah, hallelujah, Torah, hallelujah. Put it down, please, on the table. Thank you. Please be seated. The Haftarah today is found on page 15 of our supplement. And the Haftarah blessing for before the Haftarah is on page 552 in our book, if you'd like to follow along. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ruach haolam asher bachar b'nvi'im tovim v'ratza b'divreihem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habacher b'Torah u'v'Moshe avto u'b'nvi'ei ha'emet Vatzedek a disloyal Jew. I am not loyal to a political party, nor will I be loyal to dictators and mad kings. I am not loyal to walls or cages. I am not loyal to taunts or tweets. I am not loyal to hatred, to Jew baitings, to the gloating connivings of white supremacy. I am a disloyal Jew. I am not loyal to any foreign power, nor to abuse of power at home. I am not loyal to a legacy of conquest, erasure, and exploitation. I am not loyal to stories that tell me who I should hate. I am a loyal Jew. I am loyal to the inconveniences of kindness. I am loyal to the dream of justice. I am loyal to this suffering earth and to all life. I am not loyal to any founding fathers, but I am loyal to the children who will come and to the quality of the world we leave them. I am not loyal to what America has become, but I am loyal to what America could be. I am loyal to Emma Lazarus, to huddled masses, to freedom and welcome, to holiness, hope and love. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu, Ruach Haolam, Tzor Kol Haolamim, Tzadik B'chol Hadorot, Ha'el HaNe'eman, Ha'omer V'yoseh, Ha'medaber U'mkayim, Shekol Devarav, Emet V'tzedek. Baruch Ata Adonai, Melech al Kol Haaretz, Mekadesh Yisrael v'yom hazikaron. We turn to page 598 as we put the Torah back in the ark. Please stand as we open the ark. Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, page 606.
It's time he the machazikim ba ve'tom heha ve'ushar deraheha darchino koam ve'tom letikoteh shalom.
be seated. Achat sha'alti me'et Adonai ota avakesh. One thing I ask of God, one plea I have. Shivti b'veit Adonai kol yemei chayai. To live in the house of God all the days of my life. Whenever I dream about going home, my dreams take me to my childhood home. 1302 East Upsall Street, Philadelphia, PA, 19150. At the time it was Philadelphia 50, PA. They didn't even do the 191s yet. Yeah, some of you are nodding, remember. Some of you think, how old is this woman anyway? I have very little visual memory for almost anything. I can't tell you tomorrow what you wore today. I will have no idea. I can't hold on to it. But I can remember every detail of that house exactly. The dark green sofa we had when I was very young, the deep purple one that replaced it, the feel of the plastic seat covers that stuck to the back of your legs when you tried to stand up. I lived in a small row house, but it was a home. It was really a home. From the driveway that we shared with our entire block and played outside on every evening, to the garage that was a stage when we all wrote and put on plays in the neighborhood, to the fence that I rode my bicycle into probably 15 times. I'm not such a great bike rider. It was home. And having a place that felt like home was a gift, was a precious gift. I know how fortunate it was. I was. I know how rare it is to have that in the world. And I know how fragile and how fleeting real home can be. This Jewish holiday cycle is a fascinating one. At this point in the year, we're in the middle of the cycle, a cycle that I particularly love. We started Tisha B'Av, we started the 9th of Av, the middle of the summer, when it's a fast day, a day of mourning that any of you who've ever been to a Jewish summer camp have probably, celebrated, but it's possible that no one else ever has. But it is a real holiday. It is really in the middle of the summer. And in some way it's important. It's important because it marks the destruction of the temple. Now, I'm glad that the temple was destroyed. Sacrifices are not something that I would have liked to have continued. But noting that this solid building that the entire ancient Israelite community saw as home was then torn down was enormous. It was huge. It devastated the community. But in fact, only by destroying it could the community move on. Could it become anything else? The holiday cycle starts then. And from that moment on, from the time that that home was destroyed, we need to find a new one. Because we all need to find home. We all need to. And how do we do it? We move into the month of Elul. We listen to the shofar every single day. We wander through days of searching, of introspection, of looking at our lives, of opening our eyes and our hearts to where we are in the world. And when we finally reach today, reach Rosh Hashanah, we hear 100 shofar blasts that awaken us to the fullness of our journey. We read of Abraham and Sarah and Hagar, and we in some way follow their lead, the lead of wandering from one place to another, to a new home of greater promise. And we push ourselves towards Yom Kippur, when we face the end of our journey, when we face our death, when we imagine
the end of our lives. And only after we can get that far, by looking back at our life as if we were finished, can we find a real home. We find it in Sukkot. We find it not in a big, solid temple with walls that are not easy to destroy, that shield us from the world, but in a little hut with holes on the roof that blows over easily, that makes sure we know that our lives are fleeting, that we are frail, that this is all temporary, and that we are one with the earth, that we are one with the world. And once we do that, and we feel that as deeply as we can, we start over again, right? We begin the beginning of the Torah reading. We start from scratch. We start it over. It's a giant spiral, and we're on it always. And we keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And just like the Torah, which ends before the people get into the promised land, it ends at the very door. They're right there, looking over, but never getting in. We never quite get in. We recognize our home, and we start over, searching one more time. This summer, I spent time on the West Bank and some time in the Negev, visiting a Bedouin village in the South Hebron Hills. This was the second time I've been to the same village, the village of Al-Araqib. 3 years ago, when I went to see this village, there was not much there to see. There were a few tents, there was some kitchen equipment, there were a few possessions that people had managed to hold on to. But most of the village had been destroyed because the Israeli military had destroyed this village and come in to destroy it over 100 times. Every time the people of Al-Araqib started to rebuild, the village was destroyed. This time, there was even less. It was 3 years after I had been there previously. And the Israeli military had been back 53 times. They've now been destroyed, I am told, up to 160 times. Everything they built. And this time, there was a little bit of one tent, and really not much else. But this time I noticed what was there. The cemetery. The cemetery where the Bedouin had buried their dead. The cemetery. I wondered 3 years ago why they were still there. If you look at Al-Araqib, you would say, why? Why would anyone want to live in the middle of a rocky desert with nothing at all? If you ask the people of Al-Araqib, they're incredibly easy to love. If you ask them what they're doing there, they will say very simply, this is our home. This is our home. And when they say that, they mean something more than we usually mean when we say this is our home. It's not the same as the apartment or house that we have come to live in. There's something different. There's something deeper. I could see as I looked at them, this tribe will never leave Al-Araqib. They will stay there no matter what, because it is their home. Achat sha'alti me'et Adonai ota avakesh. One thing I ask of God, one plea I have, shivti beveit Adonai kol yemei chayai, to live in the house of God all the days of my life. They are living fully in God's house. They know that. They feel it. And we are here on Rosh Hashanah because this is our journey. We sing those words from Psalm 27 through the whole month of Elul leading up to today because this is our journey toward home, our journey toward truth, toward understanding, toward ourselves. It's a readiness to know what matters and to live in what matters. When I was a child, one of my favorite stories was that Jewish folktale that you probably know. There are many versions of it. A poor person is living in a little house and has a dream one night that if they go to a city nearby, and if they go to a certain bridge, and if they look under that bridge, they will find a great treasure that will make all the difference in their life. And they are ecstatic. They get up in the morning and they race to the bridge, and it takes them days to get there, but it's worth it, and they get to the town and they get to the bridge, and they're just starting to dig when they see a person standing there at the bridge saying to them, I don't know what you're doing, but I do want to tell you that I saw someone who looks a little like you in a dream. The dream that I had last night was to go to the dream of a poor person who looks just like you, and to go to their house, and to look under their stove. And under their stove in that village, I would find a great treasure. I don't know, but there's something. And the person just walks away. Well, this poor person looks around and says, I know what to do. And turns around and races days back to their house. Digs under the stove. And lo and behold, there's a treasure. They have plenty for the rest of their life. I love that story. I love that story because I thought it simply meant whatever you need, you can find at home. You don't need to look further than your front porch. It's because I love the Wizard of Oz. There's no place like home. You could tap your ruby slippers and all would be good. But now I think that story's not saying that at all. That story's not about, yes, right there where you are, there it is. It's about the journey to get there. It's about the journey. That person could not have found the treasure had they not done the walk to the town and done the walk back again. That person could not have found it, have found truth, if they hadn't been ready to tear down the thick walls that were there at first, to break out of them, to go through the entire month of Elul, and to arrive right here, ready to look ahead towards real hope, towards vulnerability, towards fleeting, towards our real life here on earth. Home is so fragile. And paradoxical though it may seem to be, home is not to stay in the walls we think of as our home if those walls don't let us see the sky, if those walls don't let us know our potential, if those walls don't let us be open to all of ourselves. To be home is to know that we are really a part of this delicate, uncertain world. To be home is to know that life is short and fleeting and precious, and that it is our gift. To be home is to find that connection to earth, to feel its energy, to live at one with its beauty and its danger and its creatures. To be home is to live in God's house, not a grand temple, not the elaborate contempt, right? That's right. The elaborate attempt to control the world, right? By walls. Yeah, right. But to live in a sukkah. To live in a place that is fragile and able to be blown over in a moment. When we're at home, that's what we feel. And we know how much responsibility we need to then take for that home. For the sukkah, that's our life's shelter. For the deep connection to our ancestors and to future generations who share that home with us. To know home, first, I think, right here for us now, is taking in that we are on a land that was home to others before we were here. That the Lenape tribe lived here, in this very space. They loved here. They raised families here. They knew that this was God's house. And we can only be here in this beautiful building because our ancestors stole this land from the Lenape. It is our responsibility to take in the full truth of our home here in the United States. And for us as Jews, we look at Israel. I was told the first time I went to Israel that I would suddenly feel at home. I was told by so many people that I would want to kiss the ground and that I would want to cry. I got off the plane confused. I was in high school, thinking, I'm not sure I feel that. What's wrong with me? Is this my homeland? When we chose the overall theme of these holidays as Judaism without Zionism, we did so in a spirit of real determination. The number of times that I have been called a self-hating Jew, the number of times that I've been told that I continue the work of Hitler because of the work that I do on Israel-Palestine is huge. The immediate assumption that the centerpiece of Jewish life is and needs to be the state of Israel is frequent and is wrong. We want to make it clear, completely clear when we talk about Judaism beyond Zionism, that it's wrong, but that we can build a Judaism that is real and vital and exciting and beautiful and a real home. The home that we've been told that we have may not be our home. And it doesn't mean that we don't love the land, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't represent our history, and it doesn't mean that it isn't beautiful, and it doesn't mean that it isn't grand. It means that the state of Israel now is not our home, and that we need to stand up and face that, no matter what we're called, no matter what we're told. Achad sha'alti me'et Adonai ota avakesh. One thing I ask of God, one plea I have, shivti beveit Adonai kol yemei chayai, to live in the house of God all the days of my life. And living in God's house is living in bodies that we know are sacred. All our bodies are houses of God, are fragile, are ours to love, to care for. There is so much that stops us from loving our bodies, from loving our whole selves. Finding home in our bodies is the first step to living in the house of God. It's knowing that the walls that we've been told are solid are not. That those that we think limit who we are and what we can be destroyed and torn down. That we can embrace our whole beings, our whole homes. We are so varied. We are cisgendered. We are transgender. We are non-binary. We are gay. We are lesbian. We are queer. We are questioning. We are ready to explore all of who we are, to love all of who we are, and to know all of who we are is part of God's house. Our pronouns are a range of glorious possibilities that we're ready to explore. We are all shaped differently. We all hold ourselves differently. We all live with the shame of somehow not being in the right body, the right home. Our bodies and souls have been treated so harshly. We've been told what is okay for us to be, where the walls are, and what is not. Rosh Hashanah is a day of tearing down those walls. Tearing down the walls of what's acceptable and what is not. Because today, we are on our journey home. We've sung with Otter many years the song, "This is my body, this is my home." And every time I sing that song and hear those words, I know that I'm in God's house. It's time. It's time to step up and learn, to learn from our Palestinian siblings about the depth and importance of home, to learn what it means here in the United States, in Israel, in the world. How can we be open to all the possibilities for us? And most of all, look at our world. Look at our planet. Look at our home. Look at how hard it struggles. It's God's house. Look at how we treat it. The strike for climate justice that took place last week was an extraordinary event. Led by middle school and high school students from the Sunrise Movement, the rally and the march were among the most powerful I've ever been to. The poignancy of a 15-year-old standing up in front of thousands of people and saying, all I want is a world I can grow up in. All I want is to know that I'll be able to have children who can live. A 13-year-old standing up saying how much she fears for her family that are in parts of the world that are flooding, that have not enough water, that are already not livable. Fear. Listening to them, I felt shame. I felt humbled. And I felt a glimmer of hope that I don't always feel these days. I felt a glimmer of hope because an entire next generation is standing up and saying, we are going to be responsible for continuing the work of changing the world, and we're not letting it stop. And then I went home and read an article about Greta Thunberg, the magnificent 16-year-old climate activist who started a movement that spread around the world, and about other teens doing work for climate justice and for the Green New Deal. And I read about them being pushed in the most horrific ways to stop the work that they're doing. I read about how pornography is appearing on all of their computers. I read about how hate messages assault them daily. For the younger climate activists, their parents are not letting them get online anymore because of how awful it is. The older ones are just taking it in. It's angry, and it's cruel, and it's tearing down the walls. It's not letting them tear down the walls of limits, of possibility, of hope. Imagine people looking at children standing up and saying, all we want to do is live our lives. And sending them pornography? What a disgrace. What a horror. It is God's house being desecrated. And it's our job to say that this is our home that we're journeying toward and that we're working to take responsibility for. And we will work to stop this. We will work within ourselves and our community and our lands and our world to do everything we can to support the youth who are standing up and making a difference. To be there for these young adults who show more responsibility and more maturity than most older adults do. How can we be here on Rosh Hashanah and not commit ourselves to do the work that fully honors our homes? How can we not do that? How can we not treat God's house with love and compassion and kindness? How can we not work to make our home safe and open and just? Unless we do, unless we don't let ourselves, unless we don't stop ourselves from doing the nothing that is so easy to do, we'll destroy God's house. We'll destroy where we're living. Recognizing the beauty and vulnerability of our home takes deep seeing. On Rosh Hashanah, we're awakened by the blasts of the shofar with a call for justice. Taking those sounds into our hearts, knowing that creating a home filled with God is creating a home filled with love and acceptance and compassion and beauty for every aspect of that home, from our individual bodies to our entire planet. That's what the shofar is telling us to do. And it's all tied together. How we treat ourselves, how we treat our land, how we treat the Palestinian community, how we treat the entire world, it's all tied together. It's all part of God's home. And it's up to us to keep it loving and full and beautiful. These are days of sitting still and of paying attention. And in many ways, days of sitting still are harder than days of action. Because on these days, they're days of losing the illusions that have been stopping us. Losing the illusion that solid walls, the grand temple, the certainty is real. Because it's not. It's an illusion. These days are made for embracing the possibilities inherent within a home that is as uncertain as all of life. The roadmap we take is paved with teshuvah, with repentance, with turning one way and another, with turning, opening to all the possibilities, and letting ourselves see deeply and fully behind the walls that we're ready now to tear down. Teshuvah, turning, look inside with compassion, but with thoroughness, and with a readiness to change. That's our gift. And that, turning, teshuvah, moving, looking, that's what helps us find our way home. That's what stays with us as we fight and struggle to stay behind the walls that we're used to, and then tear them down, move ahead. We're held. So great is that turning, we're told, that Rebbe Chama Bar Chanina says it brings healing to the whole world. Rabbi Yochanan says, even better. Teshuvah is so great that it brings redemption closer. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani weighs in, you want to know how extraordinary Teshuvah is? It elongates the years of a person's life. Rabbi Meir concludes, listen, Teshuvah, when one individual makes Teshuvah, the whole world is forgiven. Each of us starts this year with so many possibilities. As we sit here this morning, we take time. We take time to see the walls that have been feeling like home for us, but that are a false home, that are in need of tearing down. And then, when these days end, slowly, gently, persistently, we take the walls down and we begin the journey anew, to a new home, more vulnerable, more open, more beautiful. God's home.
Achat shavti me'ed Adonai, Achat shavti ota vakesh, Achat shavti me'ed Adonai, Achat shavti Otavate Shivti ובקר בהיכלו. לחזור בנאום Adonai, to gaze upon the beauty of Adonai.
Page 8 in your supplements.
One thing, I ask you, Adonai, to be with you all of my life. One of Achati, Adonai, to Achati,
We have reached Unatana Tokef. I was grilling dinner one day last week and was very happy that I had found what looked like a very nice looking piece of salmon to put on the grill at the co-op. Those of you who know their salmon know their salmon. There were 3 of us eating dinner that night, so it was a pretty good sized piece of salmon. I readied the grill, put the salmon and ears of corn on the grill, and closed the lid. After a little while, I checked to see how it was all doing, and it was doing great. I stopped to look at it and thought, you know, it just needs a tiny little bit more and this will be done. I turned the grill way down because I didn't want it to overcook. I thought this will be just perfect, and I went inside. About 3 minutes later, I went outside and was stunned. When I opened the grill, I saw a conflagration. Flames went up several inches high from the salmon as it was shriveling before my eyes into a tiny piece of blackened ash. Somehow, even though I had done everything right, everything according to the directions, exactly what I was supposed to do with that salmon, something, a bit of fish oil, something must have caught fire. And the fish and the corn were completely ruined. Ah, I thought, Unatana Tokef. Right. No matter how much we think we're in control, no matter how much we think we're doing everything right, there is a power beyond us in the world that just does not let us hold on to that illusion. We are never fully in control of our lives, much as we like to pretend that we are. Sometimes the salmon just goes up in flames. But we are in control of how we respond and of how we approach everything in life. I don't know that I approached the salmon with such grace. But when we live with integrity, with compassion, with generosity, we are told, with teshuvah, tefillah, and tzedakah, our lives may not be easy. It's still out of our control, but there will be a depth and beauty in our lives that can make all the difference. Please stand as the ark is opened and as we turn to page 348 for Unatana Tokef.
ינוח ומי ינוע, מי ישקיט ומי יטורף, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יהיה עני ומי יהיה עשיר, מי יושפל ומי ירום. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע הגזירה.
So we've reached the final sections of our service, and there are three: Malchuyot, Zichronot, and Shofarot. And each of them has a very different theme. Malchuyot is that power we were exploring in the Tana Tokef, the power that is larger than all of us in our universe and controls our universe. Zichronot is the theme of memory, and both our memory and larger memory. And Shofarot is how do we take what we know and get it out there in the world. So we begin with Malchuyot, and the center of Malchuyot is when we, those of us who are able and want to, get down on the floor, complete prostration, bow for the Aleinu. And this year, we are recognizing that as we bow for the Aleinu, that in many ways it replicates what lots of us are feeling now, right? Like there's a sense of just being pressed down by the world. And then, how do we lift ourselves up? How do we rise up? And we are this year going to ask that if you are not bowing, because I know some people do, some people don't, if you would help people who are bowing up. Because the one way that we can get beyond the sense of oppression that we feel in our world is by helping each other, by being there together, by standing up because we have a community that can help us stand. So we stand for your comfortable standing body and spirit for the Grand Aleinu. Have the page up here? Huh. Hold on. It's somewhere in there. All right, let's try that Aleinu. It should be. Well, it should be maybe a little before that, or 628, 629. Huh. No, a little before that. Page 612, the Grand Aleinu. Please stand if you're comfortable, body or in spirit. If you are not choosing to bow down, please find somebody who is, and when it's time, after the shofar sounds, when we get back to singing again, please help them up. Aleinu, l'shaveya, l'adon, ha'kol, l'ate, gedulah liyotzer b'reishit, shenatamanu Torah temet, v'chayei olam
we rise, humbly hearted rise, won't be divided, rise, Spirit to guide us, rise, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, we rise, all of the children rise, elders with wisdom rise, ancestors around us rise, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, we rise, up from the wreckage, rise, with tears and with courage, rise, fighting for our lives, rise, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, we rise, humbly hearted rise, won't be divided, rise, Spirit to guide us, rise, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here, in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here, in hope, in prayer, we're right here.
Please be seated. The second of these final three sections is Zichronot, memory. We all know how limited our memories are, and we take some moments to imagine a world of perfect memory. Every time someone's been mistreated and knows that it is unseen, every child who's separated from their parents, every person who's been lied about or misunderstood by the world, every time someone's been hurt, every time there's been hidden abuse or suffering, there's greater memory in the world, we hope, that holds it all and sends healing, There is memory that can move us towards healing. We turn to page 17 for the reading of Remember by Joy Harger.
Remember the sky that you were born under. Know each of the star stories. Remember the moon. Know who she is. I met her in a bar once in Iowa City. Remember the sun's birth at dawn. That is the strongest point of time. Remember sundown and the giving away tonight. Remember your birth, how your mother struggled to give you form and breath. You are evidence of her life, and her mother's, and hers. Remember your father. He is your life also. Remember the earth whose skin you are. Red earth, black earth, yellow earth, white earth, brown earth. We are earth. Remember the plants, trees, animal life, who all have their tribes, their families, their histories too. Talk to them.
Listen to them. They are alive poems. Remember the wind. Remember her voice. She knows the origin of this universe. I heard her singing Kiowa war dance songs at the corner of 4th and Central once. Remember that you are all people, and that all people are you. Remember that you are this universe, and that this universe is you. Remember that all is in motion, is growing, is you. Remember that language comes from this. Remember the dance that language is, that life is. Remember.
We take some moments, and on page 642, are traditional verses of Zichronot, of memory. I invite Rebecca to come up and sing some of them for us as we just take in memory.
Amar Adonai, zacharti lach, chesed neorai, ahava, klulotai, lechtei, acharai b'midbar, be'eretz lo zerua, v'ne'emar, v'zacharti ani et briti otach b'mei ne'urayim, v'hakimoti lach b'rit olam, v'ne'emar havein yakiri Ephraim, im yeled shashuim, ki midei dabri bo, zachor ezkerenu al kein hamonei ailon, rachem, rachem, arachamenu, neum Adonai, neum Adonai.
Please stand for the sounding of the shofar for Zichronot. Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah, Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah, Tekiah, Shavarim, Tekiah, Areshet Sefatenu, Ye'erav lefanecha, El Ram v'nisa, Ram v'nisa, Mehevin u'ma'azin, Mahabitu makshiv, Lekol tekiyatenu, U'tekabel berachamim, berachamim uvratzam, berachamim uvratzam, Seder zichronotenu.
seated. Shofaro. We've taken in a lot. And in this final section, we take a moment and just focus on what we feel needs to be said, on what change we want in our world, on what we would like to see happen. And I'd like to share this vision for our country, The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah, Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah, Tekiah, Teruah, Tekiah Gedolah.
We're on page 19 in the supplement. In a many-colored garden, we are growing side by side. We will rise all together, we will rise. With the sun and rain upon us, not a rose shall be denied. We will rise all together, we will rise. We will rise like the ocean, we will rise like the sun. We will rise all together, we will rise. In our many-colored fabrics, made from strands of common thread, we will rise all together, we will rise. In the cold of fear and hatred, clothed in dignity we stand. We will rise all together, we will rise. We have pieced this quilt together, linking hearts with stitching hands. We will rise all together, we will rise. We will rise like the ocean, we will rise like the sun. We will rise all together, we will rise. We are spirits drawn together, tightly by our common threads. We will rise all together, we will rise. From our children to our elders, from all nations we will rise. We will rise all together, we will rise. May respect for all our differences enhance our common ties. We will rise all together, defy the threat of violence, will no longer live in fright. We will rise all together, we will rise. With our arms around the traitors, we will march into the light. We will rise all together, we will rise. We will rise like the ocean, we will rise like the sun. We will rise all together, we will rise. We will rise. We will rise all together, we will rise on our heads. We will rise all together, we will rise.
We've reached the mourner's Kaddish, and you can find it in the supplement, page 21. Before we say the Kaddish, we take a moment, and if there is someone you would like to remember, start if there's someone you've lost during the past year, if you would like to share their name. Tell us. Yeah, please.
Sharon, my mom, Rachel and Heather.
Cynthia Kaufman.
Helen Parks. Ron Fields, my cousin and foster brother.
Sheldon Handel.
And if there's someone you're remembering today, you're holding in your hearts from past years, if you'd like to share their names. It's a yard site or just someone who's there with you.
My mother, Tilly Mars, Friday was her birthday. She was around 13 years.
My mother, Corinne Olga Rosenthal, and my father, Earl Rosenthal.
My father was doing better.
My dad is
My friend Johnson.
In their memory and in memory of all of those we've loved who are no longer living, but whose lives mattered so much to us, if it's your custom to stand for the Kaddish or if you're in mourning, please. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei rabbah v'yalma tivrach yerutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei techol beit Yisrael v'agalo v'zman kariv v'imru. Amen. Yehei shmei rabbah mevarach le'olam olamei almaya yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitalev v'yithalal shemei v'kudashah b'rechu Ela mikol mikol birchata v'shirata tushbachata v'nechamata da'amiran b'yalma v'imru. Amen. Yehei shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'mama hu yaseh shalom aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'yal kol Yishmael v'yal kol yoshvei tevel v'imru. Amen. Page 22. So often am I lost, yet through the fall, yet through the tarnish, show me the way back. Through my betrayals, my dismay, my heart's leak, my mind's sway. Eyes broken glow, groan of the soul, which convey all that isn't real. For every soul to these hands careen, and let us say, Amen. Say you will show me the way back, my
rock, my alarm. Lead the way, O my Yah.
And yet to shock, and yet to shame, yet to harm, yet to roam, yet to stay, yet right here, yet away, yet.
Hallelujah. My heart speaks, for you live, in all this murk and two, and the clear and two, and the wreckage. You are the mirror of our souls. Let us say, Amen.
Life may harm me,
Rob me, wean me, rob, try me, even slay me. Over all you will prevail, and let us say, Amen.
say we shall go again tomorrow. Say we shall go another day to all Israel, and all Ishmael, and all we and they, and let us say, Amen.
Page 20.
Everything remembers something. The rock, its fiery bed, cooling and fissuring into cracked pieces. The rub of watery fingers along its edge.
The cloud remembers being elephant, camel, giraffe. Remembers being a veil over the face of the sun, gathering itself together for the fall.
The turtle remembers the sea, sliding over and under its belly. Remembers legs like wings, escaping down the sand under the beaks of savage birds.
The tree remembers the story of each ring, the years of drought, the floods, the way things came, walking slowly towards it long ago.
And the skin remembers its scars, and the bone aches where it was broken. The feet remember the dance, and the arms remember lifting up the child.
The heart remembers everything it loved and gave away, everything it lost and found again, and everyone it loved. The heart cannot forget.
So we've reached the end of the service, and I will actually Hayom, Hayom, Hayom will be the end of the service, page 674. But before we move into Hayom, I want to make a couple announcements. The first is that there is a potluck lunch downstairs, and that we will, after Hayom, 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 be making the kiddush and motzi up here, because every year people come up and say to me, we tried waiting for you to eat downstairs to make a motzi, but we decided we should just do it on our own. I don't see why people shouldn't just do it on your own, but I don't want to make anyone feel as if they need to be reluctant to eat. God forbid. So we'll do kiddush and motzi here, and then go downstairs and have some time for lunch. The second announcement is there's not that much cleanup that needs to happen up here, but there's some, because they will be using this church on Sunday, and it needs to look a little bit less as if it has an ark in the middle, and less like a synagogue and a little bit more church-like. And during or after the potluck, anyone who can come upstairs for a few minutes, there's really, we're probably 15 minutes worth of work if it's a group of people is all we need. Third, there is a tashlich on Friday afternoon at the ICE office at 8th and Arch. There are flyers about it outside. It's co-sponsored by several groups, but it's ours. We're hosting it. And there is the opportunity to risk arrest. If anyone is interested in doing so, you should just talk to me. It's usually a fairly straightforward and simple arrest. This one will be as well. It will involve just sitting in front of the doors of ICE, locking arms, and making this statement: why do you think you should be allowed to go home for the weekend to spend the weekend with your family when you're not letting other people do that? So very straightforward. Anyone who'd like to join, please. And our final song then, Hayom, 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 page 674. Hi-yo, 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 Ti'am Seinu, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tivarkeinu, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tigarleinu, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tidrishenu Litova, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tichtevenu l'chaim tovim, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tishma Shabbatenu, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 hi-yo. Wait a minute, doesn't go that way. Hi-yo, 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 Tikabel berachamim, berachamim ubratzon, et tivilateinu, Amen. Hi-yo, 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 Tivnecheinu b'mitzikecha, Amen. Come on up to the front.